Let's get to work on this. Hello everyone, my name is Commissar Hecht and welcome to another edition of painting. We are going to be painting Warhammer Minis and whatnot. And we're going to be focusing on finishing up the Turoks. And then we're going to finish up the Lehman Russes with the plasma cannons, and we're going to focus on this guy, the Manticore missile battery. So I'm hoping that we can get this done. Yeah, I'm hoping we can get this done. All right. Janet Smith, hello. I'm doing well. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in on my Facebook stream. And what brings you into the channel? Why is no one over here? It's because Facebook is my Facebook stream is. I mean, so a lot of I'm a very small time streamer. A lot of my streams are low viewership. I do, but like I said, a lot of my streams are very low viewership. I normally stream on Twitch and YouTube. Um, so, but you're the first that's actually chatting on Facebook. So thank you very much for joining. What brings you to the stream? You decided to watch some live. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for joining. So sorry. No, don't apologize. It's just the nature of the beast. You know, I'm not. I can't dedicate the amount of time that other big time big name streamers have. It just is. That's just the fact of it. I'm always curious how people. What is this about? Well, as you can see, if you read the description, I'm painting models. So I do the painting because it helps me with my PTSD. It helps me calm my thoughts and kind of formulate what I'm thinking about. Um, I also love Warhammer 40K. Um, and the I love building models and all that stuff, and it's definitely a project of love. If you have a Twitch or YouTube, you can join those as well. I'm trying to build up all those channels to get monetized, as you can see in the description, right? As you can see in the description, I'm trying to raise money for the UNHCR, and I'm trying to um, uh, raise money for refugees, and so obviously those donations mean something. They mean a lot to me. So if you can donate, great. If not, obviously share the channels and whatnot. Um, I mean, I always like to get to know my supporters. Sure. What do I want to do? All right. So see this. This is what kind of why I'm curious on how I'm going to do this. So this right here, right? This is a missile rack, right? How it's going to look when we have the final product together. Just throw the turret back on here. I'll talk about it while I'm doing that. Come on. Oh, line up, you bastard. There we go. There's the turret. So there's the turret on it, right? The lights, I think I'm going to make them yellow, just to keep in keeping with some of the other stuff. Um, So it's gonna look like this, right? Good evening, Commissar. Good evening, Johnny. How are you, good sir? So it's gonna look kind of like, oh, if you're gonna behave for me, it's gonna look like that. Okay, so that's how the Torox is gonna look. Um, my, I just don't know. I mean, it looks cool as is, but I just don't know. I am debating, right? I'm debating on coming from watching a Age of Sigmar battle report live stream. Oh well, that's one thing I really want to do is do live stream battle reports. The problem is that battle reports live stream like unless you like they take a long, right? So like my battle reports, especially the 2000 point battles, take a significantly long time to make, right? Because you got to play the game, you got to do the recaps, and then you got to and then you got to film the recaps, and it can take up to upwards of 4 to 6 hours, especially for a big 2,000 point set piece battle. Um, so I'd love to do it. I just don't have the setup for it. Honestly, you need at least a 3-person team to do them properly. 2 players plus a producer. Oh yeah, facts, facts. And seeing as I am the player and producer, it's you know like I've been watching some of the battle reports you've been sending me from like the tabletop, the 40 the Warhammer 40K in 40 minutes, bro. It's a lot. Like the amount of work they have to do that, to do the overtop, the special effects, the filming, all that stuff. That's a lot. And they cut out a lot too. They really do. I mean, I do too, but you know what I'm trying to get at. I just don't know what I want to make this color. I kind of like it the way it is, but at the same time, I'm not like entirely happy with it. I guess I could make them. Welcome back. I just don't know what I want to do with the color. Play on tabletop transformation. Boy, howdy, their editing must get cinematic short versions. Yeah, I know. Um, what do you think, Johnny? I'm just genuinely curious what I want to do with this top, like the missile racks. I'm debating silver or green, like that olive drab. I just don't know. You putting any transfers on it? No, dear God, no. I'm not good with water transfer. Much as I would love to, I'm not. I'm not good with it. Oh, you mean for the missile pods? Yes, yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the missile pods. So here's here's the truck without the paint, or without the missile pods on it, right? That's where the paint is, right? And then here's the top of the missile pods, right? If I take this off, right, here's the rack of the missile pods. Okay, so it would look like, you know, the color mirrors the bottom, right? And so, like, I'm just trying to figure out, do I keep first I gotta actually line them up so they don't look like, there we go. Do I keep the missile pods like this, like black, or do I paint them a solid green color or something to that extent? I don't know. I mean, it looks good with the missiles on top, right? I gotta just clean up the paint, probably do one more coat of white, and then maybe do red tips for the actual like arming cone. You know what I mean? But I just, I don't know. And I think I kind of want to do the grill silver too. Just paint that all silver. I'm fond of yellow tipped arming cones, but red works well. So a little side note, right? A sidebar, right? So in the United States military, and I'm pretty sure in most other NATO countries, um, military, what's it called? There's actual designations for different types of colors on the shells, right? Blue is inert or training. It doesn't have any explosives. It doesn't have a payload. Um, it's sometimes it's all solid metal or concrete, depending on how big the shell is. And the only explosive, quote unquote, part of it is just the gunpowder you use to fire it out of the projectile, or out of the weapon system. Um, so you have blue, that's inert or training. Yellow, I think, is like your standard explosive payload. Um, I think gray is smoke. I want to say I'm not as familiar with the colors of each shell, but every shell has an actual designation. Um, I want to say yellow is explosive. Till? I'm not, if that's an acronym, I'm not familiar with it. It's today I learned. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. For bullets, for those of you that are now, I can actually speak on that. For bullets, um, well, thank you very much, Stephanie. Um, on Facebook, we're actually getting viewers on Facebook. That's amazing. Honestly, I've been using yellow for ages. It looks good against my black Iron Hands black. Yeah, it's. Part of it is what's it called? Um, part of it is uh, waves on waves to the Facebook folks. Yeah, I mean we got some people. It's nice. It's nice that we got some people in the chat. Um, but yeah, so what I was saying, yeah, so for bullets, right? Same thing with any sort of heavy artillery or ordnance. Um, the green tips of a of the actual round itself, or the tip of the round itself, is colored. So green is your standard ball, orange is your tracer. Um, uh, if you see a gray or black, that means that it's steel jacketed instead of copper, um, or lead jacketed, or are considered armor piercing. Um, um, certain other bullets are colored that way. So, and there's other colors too. And as a matter of fact, shotgun shells are supposed to be colored appropriately. Double aught buck, dragon's breath, you know, um, so on and so forth. There's particular rounds that are strictly for police breaching, for doors. Um, uh, so yeah, it's all, you know, that's the long and short of it. Um, So for those of you that are not familiar with the gun community or military training, that's what we do in both NATO, United States, and across most other countries. Purple crimped rounds are blanks. They have gunpowder, but there's no projectile, so they just make a lot of noise. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with this missile pod. Help me out here, chat. What do you think? And I'm genuinely curious. What do you guys think about Facebook, and if it's on Facebook or the YouTube or Twitch? Do I keep it black and just focus on painting the missile pods and then move on to something else, or do I actually keep to the color scheme, the camo pattern color scheme, or do I make it's either silver or green, olive drab green, which is what you see here, or do the tiger striped? I don't know. I don't know. It vexes me. Or do I do a combination? Hmm. Okay. Well, while I'm thinking about that, and while people are helping me, I think it that keeping the camo spa- I think that keeping the camo scheme would look good, would make sense against flyers going overhead, but that kind of texturing is going to be a bit of a pain to to paint. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could just slap on a bunch of green and see what it does. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Oh, excuse me. Oh, God, something is growing that's. I don't have allergies, or at least not seasonal allergies like some other like other people suffer from, but something is growing and it's kicking my nasal cavity's ass. But anyway, how was your day, Johnny? What'd you do today? you were in a colder climate, I would say snow mold. Work day today. Yeah, but what'd you do? Anything good? All right, let's do this. Cause it's almost like your heaven's trying everything to break me down. And it's almost like your heaven's trying everything to break me down. See, I tried to diagnose an issue with a bunch of our servers. Weren't sending app logs properly. Might be network congested related, but I talked to one of our application architects. That sounds like a lot of troubleshooting for something that is so like not that your work is not that your work is trivial, but it sounds like a lot of diagnosis stuff for something that is out of your control, therefore kind of trivializes what you're trying to do. That's why I don't think I could go into IT. Because like I would be so angry if it was like, oh, it's not on our end, so we can't fix it. I'd be infuriated. See, that's the thing. I get paid to track. I get paid to track down the weird niggling stuff that causes problems, figure out how to detect those problems before they occur, and prevent them in the future. No, no, like I get that's what you do. I just, oh, oh my god, I'd be so angry, especially if it's like stuff that I know I couldn't prevent, like a malfunction with your application. That's one thing, right? Like that's like maybe a coding error or something that you can debug. It'll take some muscle movement, but that's easy. But if it's like outside of your control and there's no way for you to fix it, that's where I get frustrated. Because that means that someone else somewhere is not doing their job in quality controlling like the communication aspect. Because you're dependent on somebody else, particularly if it's a third party partner. It does take being very philosophical about your work sometimes. And that's why you're a better man than me. I do not philosophize when it comes to trying to solve a problem. I try and solve a problem. I am a hammer to nails. Yeah, there's stuff outside my immediate control. I'm high enough in the hierarchy that work that I can either open requests with other teams or escalate them. There's not very many levels of management above me. If it's a partner issue, one of our providers, so they can do similar. Well, I'm glad you're able to do that. Ah, son of a bitch. This is where we get into the fact that I'm going to drop a lot of stuff. It must be nice knowing that you're a certified tech priest. That you can, like, truly, like, go through and I love the investigative work of problem solving. There's a lot of job satisfaction when I make breakthroughs. Oh, yeah, I bet. I bet. It must be kind of cool, like I said, being like a real life tech priest. One day I want you to just bring in some incense and basically start praying to the Omnissiah. Yep, there's a reason why I went into the line of work I did. Just one day you need to bring like an aspigillum and just start praying. Mi sus domine. Whack! Have you ever tried waving a rubber duck over the server and chatting and chanting in Latin? It's funny, but it's true. It's all good until the magic blue scope escapes imprisonment. Yeah, facts. At which point you need to buy new hardware. Yep, yep, facts. Definite facts. Yeah, once your cogitator starts screaming and infernal and then starts spitting out smoke, that's when you need to, just call it. That's the ball game, folks. That's when you need to that's when you need to call it quits. Have you ever had a server fry on you? I'm just genuinely curious now. Like, I've never seen a server give up and quit like that, but I'm assuming you have. Because most server rooms that I'm into, they're freezing. Obviously, because you know, they put out an astronomical amount of heat. Server, no. Generally speaking, we have long enough warning system metrics to see big failures coming, and we swap out hardware before it gets there. Personal machines, oh yeah. Sure. Like I said, I like to get to know the people that are supporters. So I don't mind. I still remember being my at my friend's place, also Tech Geek. We were trying to diagnose some weird PC issues. We powered it up and down every few minutes, trying as we tried new fixes. One time we powered it up, the motherboard made a crackling noise and blew smoke. I was like, "Well, there's your problem." Yee. Blue smoke. That's like the server frying, right? Or not the server, but like the capacitors and the um, transistors frying. It's like the wires in and of itself, right? Generally speaking, that's a CPU. But yeah, it's some kind of component fry. Yeah, okay. Alright, I was just curious. I know blue smoke is like also could also be the GPU. Yeah. I know blue smoke is like there's a specific the reason why it's blue is like there's a specific metallic um component, you know, either will cause a bad day. Yeah, no kidding. Or the power supply. I've actually fried a power supply. I I thought that it was a so the brick said that it could handle 240 to 120 volts, right? It could handle both. And I plugged it into the British wall socket because I was just charging up the computer to make sure that it was working. About what? Not even 5 minutes later, that power supply, the connection port between the power supply and the brick, um, or sorry, between the plug and the brick, fried. All you hear is this, tss, and it smelled wretchedly. Ugh, it was gross. I didn't know that that happened. I was shocked. Had to buy a new brick, all that stuff. Luckily, it was just the brick that failed. It wasn't the actual computer. But Jesus Christ. Never thought that that could have happened. Could have been shocked. Well, luckily I wasn't in the room at the time. It just, it just melted the brick. Or it didn't melt the brick. It melted the cord. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of research on like colored shells. At least you were close enough that you shut things down and it didn't start fire. Well, I think I think because it was like a laptop computer power cord and brick, it didn't um that's what it was. All right, so howitzer. Yellow tip smoke. Oh, sorry, yellow tip with copper coated, copper jacket. It's high explosive. Practice. Inert. Low explosive. Illuminating. Smoke. Yeah, laptop power supplies are designed to not to kill off the laptop when they're connected. When something horribly goes wrong. Yeah, I'm kind of glad. I really am. Those are World War II, and that's British images. so maybe artillery shells. What about missile color identification? Maybe I do it that way. It is, but like I because they're missiles and not artillery. I think I was looking in the wrong direction. What's an AIM-9 looking like? Oh, they're white. Oh, white with gray heads. Okay, maybe, and that's F-16. It's using F-16 coloring. Maybe, let's do Javelin. Try that. This is the unsexy part of painting, almost. They probably don't have, honestly, they probably don't have a color code. It's just point and click. Yeah, they color the tube. It's not the actual missile that they color because it's a fire and forget. It's a one use. It's not like you can reload it. All right, I guess we'll just do the warheads red tipped just because. Yeah, I mean, the body's black and then they have a silver tipped head. But then the tube has a black and yellow stripe. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that they design it that way. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the unsexy part of the painting, where you spend a lot of your time developing and thinking of nerdy ways to make your army more realistically accurate. Trust the process. Yeah, hashtag trust the process. What was I gonna do? Oh, let me check Discord real quick because you said that you did some works in progress. Oh yeah, I see what you mean by yellow-tipped missiles. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that works out. That's very, yeah. especially because like you're trying to differentiate the Iron Hands versus like the Black Templar, and the Iron Hands have a very similar color scheme with the Black Templar. So yeah, you know, that's actually a really good creative way to set them apart because if I remember correctly, Black Templar they do use red missiles. So yeah, no, that's really good. I like that. I love that your Forge Father has a heavy bolter as a primary weapon, and a Cult Mechanicus power axe. Yeah, that's very cool. It is the way. All right. Okay. All right. Dang, it's late, but you got me in the mood to paint. Going to get a lot of hub in before I call it a I'm calling it a night. Well, don't force. And I've always told people, don't force a hobby. Don't force painting if you're not in the mood, if you don't have the mojo. Um, I'm doing this, because yesterday was a hard day, and as much as I loved playing Total War Warhammer, I do need to get my army up and actually done. Um, and then it'll help me. It'll help me think about Chip, and he was a good cat. He was a really good cat. I've had a rough few days. Yeah. And what's worse is that I'm still waiting for the other scan for my brain aneurysm. I'm still waiting for that shoe to drop. See what they're going to do about it. So, you know, it's been, honestly, this isn't a big project. I'm taking a break from my Canis Rex and doing something considerably smaller. Oh, well, I mean, Night Titans are pretty big to begin with. Anything super heavy, whether it's a Bane Blade, a Night Titan, or any other model, really, is going to be work intensive. And anyone who thinks otherwise, or anyone who tells you otherwise, is selling you something. Quite literally, in some cases. I've gotten to all paint all the fiddly, tedious detail pit stage, and I need to take a break. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I might need some tea just to clear my sinuses. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll be right back, folks. Sniffling all the goddamn time. now that I'm looking at it, let me do rocket color identification. They think you would think that they'd have a guide. They have a guide for artillery rounds, but not rockets. I think that the Army would publish that. There's enough old declassified field manuals that they would do that. Aha! All right. All right, so that's taken care of. I just need them to dry, and then I'll do the red tips. I'll glue those together and then put them on. This needs to be silver. We got a few. Just trying to figure out if I want to do. Okay. All right. Just debating on what I'm trying to do. All right. Well, I guess they just use the same artillery coating. Hmm. All right. And thus we work. Let's get you primed. Or not primed, but painted. Oh, tea is steeping. I'll give it about 2-3 minutes. Put some milk in and then push that hot clay cup on my face to break up my sinuses. Alright, well, I think we've researched enough for the artillery shells, at least for the Manticore missile batteries. Or I should say Manticore rocket batteries, because it's Storm Eagle rockets, but, you know. I know some artillery man is going to be like, they're rockets, not missiles. And they're going to be right. I like the gamer definition. If you roll to hit, they're rockets. If you don't, they're missiles. Yeah. Honestly, that's when I played against my buddy's Space Wolves. I was definitely killing a lot of his guys, but every one of my hunter killer missiles missed. Every last one of them. And I had so many. I had a Basilisk hunter killer missile, and 3 or 2 Lehman Russ hunter killer missiles, and they all missed. They all missed. So, gamer logic is true. That's the way it goes with one-shot weapons. You need anything but a 1 and you still whiff most of the time. Well, hunter killers I think go based off of the guardsman's ballistic skill, so it's 4. Sometimes it's 3, but still it just ah. Infuriating. All right. Okay. It should be enough. Be right back. I'm going to just go get the tea. Oh, that is hot. Good. Yeah, that's good. Very hot, but it feels good. Oh, if you're curious, well, I did that. That is a kind of home remedy. I normally don't put stock in home remedies, but my grandmother, Amma, we called her Amma, we'll call her Amma, um, she used to do that when she would suffer from like really stuffy sinuses. She'd get a hot cup of tea, put it up against her cheek, and then she would switch it and put it up against her other cheek, and it would kind of, yeah, she'd swear by it. It would loosen up her sinuses. All right, time to listen to some tunes. Aha, shit. Damn it. Dropping pieces. Yeah, I think red tips work. you see, it's not me, not my family in your head, fighting their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their drones. Head in your head, are dying. What? Uh, I am trying to figure out. All right, I'm gonna share the picture that I found for the Manticore missile battery. Put that on restream. I think I found it out. I want people's opinion on it though. If I paint it like that, is that gonna clash with this right now? That is about as good of a picture I can find for a rocket, and that is being fired from a HIMARS. So I would think it'd look fine. Okay, all right. I'm probably not going to do the exact same colors, but at the same time, I might. I don't know. I'm like debating on it. All right. And while I'm focusing on trying to find good missiles for that, speaking about red tips, uh, that's what that looks like. And I think I turned out pretty good. So, looks good from here. Good, good, good. I'm glad. Vodka soda and bag of jeans. Using all of that hot degree. She knows time to just look at me. Let me off for the moment. City full of strangers. Faith and $20 in my pocket. The DJ, can you play her? One song that talks about chocolate. She said, I like your confidence, but you're not in 1975. I feel like the compliment, but I'm only looking for somebody tonight. But I might not be famous, put you in a song that I write. I said, I liked your confidence, but you're not the 1975. I've been feeling a little sweet. I guess shower teeth. I can like asleep, and she waits me off, and you down to my lowest. For strangers, there's something in the air tonight. Can you play her? The one song that talks about Caroline. Like your confidence, but you're not the 1975. The compliment, but I'm really looking for somebody tonight. So girl, I might not be famous here, but I'm gonna put you in a song that I write. She said, I'm the confidence, but you're not the 1975. Looking for somebody tonight. There we go. Damn. No more tea. Fields of Athens, where once we watched the small birds fly. The fields of Athens lie by a lonely prison wall. Alright, I'm gonna restart the song because I actually do love the Fields of Athenry. It's actually a lovely song. It's a tragic but lovely song. And I'm gonna do this proper. I've heard a young man calling. Michael, they have taken you away, for you stole Trevelyan's corn, so the young might see the morn. Now a prison ship lies waiting in the bay. Low lie the fields of Athenry, where once we snatched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely around. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I didn't mean to chase you off with my singing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you staying for as long as you did. Posting my progress just started with primed. Oh, okay. Well, you also got work in the morning, so yeah, I know, I know. I was being a little bit self-deprecating. I hope you have a good day tomorrow at work. against the sky. Sure shall live in hope and pray. And Dwarf in Progress posting. Round the fields of Essen Rye. Ah, good old Grom Brindle. I like that color. I really do. I like that color a lot. I don't remember a model being released. That's that of that version of Grom Brindle. Is that 3D printed or is that kit bashed? I don't remember Grom Brindle, a Grom Brindle miniature like that. Not that I'm critiquing it. It's pretty damn good. Or is that an older version of Grom Brindle? I think it was the Black Library release day before last. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I just there's been so many Grom Brindles that have been promoted. You can never keep track of them. Tie into the David uh, Geimers or Geimers Chronicles of the Wanderer. Tend to do one anniversary models. Some are better than others. Yeah, well, I do remember. I do remember them releasing an actual Bugman's Grom Brindle way back when, like early 2000s. That one was fun because it was just Grom Brindle with a massive keg of Bugmans. They actually did a battle report, if I remember correctly. It was the White Dwarf versus Black Gobbo. They really do. Black. I liked the dichotomy of the White Dwarf magazine with the Black Gobbo newsletter. But I understand why they discontinued it because it was like, well, they're they're putting all their effort into two, and then like, really, heck, we get enough Red Gobbo every year. Yeah, it's true. But I understand why they discontinued it. I really do because it's like, well, no one reads email chains anymore, or email newsletters, and those that do, it's a dwindling population. I meant more in game terms than newsletter, although the newsletter was amusing as heck. Amused the heck out of me at the time. Yeah, no, no. I mean, but that's what I allow me to rephrase. I loved the newsletter. I think the newsletter was super ingenious because it allowed the White Dwarf folks to focus on like the bigger articles, and the newsletter was like smaller vignette pieces for the Black Gobbo. But now that you know, internet newsletters aren't a thing. Like they're not. It's not like, oh, have you seen that? Like, I think it was a unique time between, but for Games Workshop when it came to like that internet newsletter. Um, but now that they've advanced and moved on, they discontinued it because I think they moved past that. It was the same. It's the same with all the internet comics. A lot of internet comics aren't like they're not there anymore. Um, so they reached a frickin'. Let me just get rid of that. Ooh, quick on the draw there, Johnny. You got him before I did. Whew, fastest moderator in all of the land. Warhammer community page does a lot what the old newsletters used to do. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's evolved, and um, I would love to have the Black Gobbo back, especially as like a foil for Grom Brindle, the White Dwarf. But I think when they made the character Black Gobbo, I think they just kind of tied it in with the internet newsletter. Um, and then that was it. You know, they didn't do any really story development with Black Gobbo, which is a shame um, uh, because I think that was an interesting character. Um, so they could honestly bring him back easily enough as a game character, though. No, 100% they could. 100% they could. I just don't think that they will because for whatever reason, I mean, really, really, out of all of the media based characters, Grom Brindle was already a pretty well known character. It was the Black Gobbo was really only for the newsletter, and there, you know, I mean, I guess maybe they could bring him back as like an old world champion, because like fantasy, he was never involved, right? They only debuted him for that big battle report celebrating the I think it was like White Dwarf 15 or no, maybe it was White Dwarf 20 that they did um that Bugman's both Grom Brindle and Black Gobble still have roles in Blood Bowl, I think. Well, that's cool. um but what I'm saying is that like maybe you could bring Black Gobble back in fantasy in the old world because I don't think Grom Brindle's around during the time of the Three Emperors. Although he's old like Malekith, so maybe he is. Because this, I think the War of the Beards was longer than that. I don't know. The fantasy timeline's a bit of a mess, continuity wise. There have been some claim. There are some claims he predates the War of the Beard, and many, in fact, be Snorri Whitebeard, the only dwarf that ever was known to show true respect by the Phoenix King of Ulthuan. Yeah, I remember that being like a one of the many wives, not wives tales, but one of the many like origin stories for um for Grom Brindle. Although according to lore, there's also 43 explanations of his own origin stories in his own saga. Yeah, and that's why like I know Warhammer Fantasy before Age of Sigmar has a consistent timeline. It's just I don't know how long canon wise dwarves live, you know, particularly in the 40k realm. Or sorry, not 40k, the fantasy realm. We know that elves live for a long time, and we know that goblins, and we know that we know that elves live for a long time. We know that the human factions come and go, right? Leaders come and go. But I don't know about like how long orcs live and how long goblins live and how long. I don't think we know the lifespan of ogres. Um, uh, but yeah, so we know that chaos adherents live longer because they're infused with the power of chaos. When I say live, as if they don't get murdered right away by their fellow man. But they never. I don't. Uh, every reference I've seen state that he's older beyond even the ken of what most dwarves would consider old. He'd have to be a true ancient. Ah, okay. I like. I mean, it makes sense. It really does. Okay, I think this Torox we can call it good. Yeah, let's move this around a little bit. We've got some minor details, but I think this is done. I really do. Oh, I got to paint the lights on the back. Oh, that can be just splashes of red. Ah ha ha ha. Don't do that. There we go. back a little bit. I'll rotate that so you guys can take a better. So here we go. Here's our Torox. Well, we just finished the Torox. Yeah, stone. We're gonna paint up the red lights on the back, but I think this guy's done. I want to say he's done. Oh yeah, that looks great. Oh, thank you. A little bit of silver to offset the Torox, but I think this turned out really good. I really do. Ah, that's too bright. Just paint the red taillights and some gold on the Aquillas, but yeah, I think this turned out really, really good. I finished the Rhino piece was working on. Yeah, you said that it was like in poor condition, so I'm genuinely curious how it looks. So all we just need to do is glue the missile racks on, and then paint the Aquillas and all that stuff. But yeah, I like it, and obviously glue the guard bar. But yeah, I like the way it turned out. I think it's nice. It's simplistic. I know that's not a Chaos Rhino, but I'll show you a pic. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. So red for the tail lights, gold for the small Aquillas, and the silver skulls are in the skulls, and then that should be it. And then this Turox is officially done, and then we just got to glue, which I'm very happy that we finished this Turox. Oh, I'm gonna just clean my glasses real quick. I might need to actually put some soap on them. I'm going to be right back, folks. Oh, oh, much better. Oh, I can finally see. Well, I need to replace my glasses anyway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see how much you had to work. First, I had to dismantle the car completely, assemble it. Carbon pieces had to cut and replace model clay. I'm lucky I had bits from World Eaters to replace the Space Marine. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's you did a lot of work. It's impressive. It's a lot of work there, Hairstone. You should be proud of that. Good job for trying to what's it called, refurbish it. Not many people. I mean, refurbishing a model is always labor intensive. Not many people like doing it. That it was almost for free. Yeah, yeah, yeah. $5, yeah, that's really good, especially for a rhino, especially one that needed that much tender care and repair. That's a good deal. It's a really good deal. All right, oh, where's that glue? Thought I had some glue kicking around. There it is. That was the red. That was the red under blue undercoat. Yeah, I think you did a hell of a job. I really do. Should be proud of that work. CC 100, sorry, CC 1010, how are you? Welcome to the channel. What brings you in today? Okay, good. I did this right. I didn't screw it up. All right. Now, to avoid this breaking and snapping off, I'm gonna keep the missile strut separate, just so we don't have to continuously glue. Because I have a very strong feeling that will happen. Alright, I'm going to paint the tail lights. Torox is my favorite car. It is nice. It's a nice design. It certainly harkens to an MRAP, right? Um, I think if you had the wheels on it, the big wheels, it definitely would be more MRAP-ish, but it certainly has the tracks of, a half track. I have one, two for decoration. Oh yeah. Um, I'm gonna have to like clean up a little bit of it, but it's certainly a good model, right? Utility wise, I don't know if it is as effective on the battlefield as cool as it looks, but especially because the Torox Prime is only allowed to carry Scions onto the battlefield. They can't carry anything else. Um, I have low Wi-Fi connection. Bit of a delay. No, it's all right. I'm doing well. How did you come about finding the channel? And if it's okay if you have low Wi-Fi connection, you watching is and supporting the channel is just as important as anything else. those scions. No, I'm saying it for the people that aren't familiar with like what Imperial Guard transports can transport what. The rule doesn't make sense. I buy long ago in the start collecting. Recently, I find the miniature I'm painting. Do you have any recommendations for what? An army? And for what company? Because there's tons of mini wargaming out there that involves building and painting. Your profile picture is of a clone, so there's Star Wars Legion, and they have the clone and the droids. There's also Shatterpoint. Like there's a lot. But if you're talking strictly Warhammer, I could point you into several directions. But at the same time, armies are based off of personal preference, not just recommendation. First, you should look at what's cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. Hairstone is correct. Look at what's cool. Look at what speaks to you. And there are plenty other mini wargaming companies besides 40K. I just happen to like 40K. I like 40K a lot. I like painting in general. I started painting a dreadnought, and now I want to paint New Antioch from Trench Crusade. Trench Crusade's good. I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I am, but I'm not at the same time. Like, I have no idea which faction you should choose. I mean, you said New Antioch, but like, there's different models from New Antioch, um, and like the forces of heaven and all that stuff. So, like, I'm not as familiar with the lore. I mean, I kind of am, but like at the same time, I'm not familiar with all the factions. If that makes any sense. Um, but yeah, if you like the painting, then go ahead. And if you're more into skirmish games, um, Star Wars Legion, I think, has a skirmish mode where you just have like squad-based combat. But yeah, if you're into other stuff, totally get it. Totally get it. I'll try and get into Legion then. I'm referring to do the paint in general, but it's hard to start what to buy, like brushes and color. Well, okay, all right. So I can give you kind of a crash course on that, right? So, not that I'm trying to be a Games Workshop or Citadel purist, but if you do end up getting into 40K, I would say the easiest thing that you can do for paints and paintbrushes is use the Citadel line that Games Workshop sells on Games Workshop models. It's super easy. You know that that paint recipe And the bristles and the brushes are designed for that particular line of plastic. As far as other paint companies, you can use Valero, you can use Army Painter. John Blanche just came out with his own personal Army Painter colors, and you can use those brushes and paints and all that stuff. But if you're not familiar with like the scales and how close you need for details, I would get test pieces first, right? If you got a cheap 3D printer and you can print out a few cheap 3D printed models, or if you have a game store that sells models either pre-made or whatever the case might be for consignment or etc., do that. Buy test models, test pieces, and practice your techniques on those, and then choose the brand that you like. And that's what my recommendation would be. But I would never like force you to buy brand A or brand over brand B, if that makes any sense. Excuse me, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm from Argentina, from the interior. Not even McDonald's. If you have recommendations like technique or any way to do lighting, some way to do lighting. Oh, I am not. Let me. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining me from Argentina. Um, so let me explain kind of uh, the idea, right, for you, particularly for you. So lighting is difficult because the way I've seen a lot of lighting effects is done via airbrush. Um, and that is the difficult. That's difficult in and of itself because airbrushing is a technique that I have not mastered. I just hand paint everything. Um, I don't do what's called other lighting sources or OSL because I'm not good at it. I practice, but I'm not really good at it. And I feel that hand painting other light sources is a lot more difficult than airbrushing. Um, I am a novice when it comes to painting. Like I think I do pretty well, and I think my armies look good on the tabletop. But realistically, I am not the guy that you should be asking for those kind of tips and tricks because I'm not that good. I get the armies on the battlefield and that's it. Um, and that's just me being very critical about myself, very critical about my techniques, and me being honest with you, because I feel like I couldn't give you that ability, give you those tips and tricks. But paint brands and painting, I can give you, like, and I can recommend and feel confident in recommending somebody that's new. I started with Corvus Belli Infinity, very cool models. Unfortunately, 25 millimeter scale. I am not familiar with that brand. Um, I'm referring to lighting, like how to mix color. I just missed the right word. No, no, no. Look, hey, no judgment. No judgment at all. I'm not challenging you on that. I kind of understood what you were saying. I'm saying I'm not that good of a painter to give you like the blending of colors and mixing all that and whatnot. I don't blend my paints. I don't do highlights and shadows and all that stuff. I just do straight color. Because in my mind, the color is the color. The shadows will come when however you look at that particular model. I don't do highlighting or edging or anything like that because um you know, I mean, if I edge, it's really just like painting like the outline of a model a different color, but that's about it. Can I see how you paint? Oh, well, yeah, I can show you right now. Oh, well, I don't have anything in progress right now. Hecht paints in comic style. I've never heard of that. I've never heard comic style. Can you describe what that means? That might actually help me be better describe my painting. I never knew I painted in a style. That's actually kind of cool. Of course, in comics, there's self shadings, only basic colors like shirt or the face. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's how I paint in comic style. Yeah, I just paint this colors straight up. I don't shade, I don't shadow. And however the light source is just the lights from the game table. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I didn't know that that was an actual style. That's really cool. Thank you. But yeah, I can take but I could pull out my Imperial Guard real quick. Hold on. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to wake you. I need to turn off that light. So. Let's do this. Let's do her. Just as an example. So CC 1010. Listen, I don't mind you joining the Discord. I don't mind you joining the Discord. However, um, those that recently joined is I don't automatically join the voice chat. Um, because I want to be able to get to know you in the text and whatnot before we actually, because when I record, anyone who jumps into the voice chat and recording, they're on the stream. So there is that. So if you want to chat about it, you can, but I just need you to, I just need you to understand that recording is for those that that whatever. I'm just kidding. I'm not that kind of extrovert. Hey, people have asked in the past, and I want to give fair warning. Johnny said something. Hold on. I think he means highlighting, not OSL. You got that. Nothing to see here. Cell shading. What he talked about. Corvus Belly Infinity. Um, less grim, dark, more cyberpunk. Factions war, more skirmish level. Tends to be more fairly complex. Has gained a bit of a cult following. Okay, Corvus Belli, the company behind them in Spanish. Ah, okay, all right, gotcha. But yeah, so people who join the voice chat, like whatever you say, it is on the stream. So just when I'm in recording, you got to remember that. Um, all right. Okay, cool. Understood. Yep. No. No. Totally get it. But welcome to the Discord. We got plenty of good folks in the Discord, plenty of good people, plenty of good vibes. And if you leave, if the Discord's not for you and you leave, whatever the case might be, just know that we still love and support anyone who's part of the community, part of the channel, part of the Twitch, Twitter, all that, or Twitch and YouTube and, all that stuff. I'm going to start. I'm going to actually go to sleep. Thanks, Johnny. I appreciate the assists. Go get some rest. Hope work is okay for you tomorrow. I like how you paint your vehicles. They're pretty. Well, thank you. There it's a simple camo pattern that I kind of developed to mirror the models. Anyway, you wanted to see how I paint my guard. I do. My painting method is very. I wouldn't say unique, but it lends itself to batch painting. If you don't know what batch painting is, it's you trying to paint as much as possible within a short amount of time, and you focus on one color and then move on to the next. And it's to cover a bunch of models, like I said, in a short period of time. So, take my Psyker, for example. This is my Primera Psyker. She, if I can enter your land, we can play. Yeah. Um, so, take my Primera Psyker, for example. What I do for her is going to be different than my regular line infantry because she's a one-off model, but I still use the same similar process where I build partially, I spray the entire model black, I build partially, paint partially on the actual base, and then the individual pieces that are more detailed I build on the sprue. And then once I'm done, I'll put it all together and finish off the connecting pieces. So a majority of her I put together on the sprue, or I painted on the sprue and then put her together. I think the legs and the torso were painted on the actual base, but the rest of the model was painted on the sprue itself before I clipped it off and then cleaned it up. So that's how I paint my guard, right? That's how I paint my infantry. Tanks is very similar, except tanks I put I put it all together, right? Except for like pieces that I know I'm going to need to have a little bit more detail. So like I put the main body of the Turoks together, right? Except for the guns, the turret, and you know, I just finished, as you saw, the missile racks, right? And I don't glue everything together because I know that something might break in transport. So things that I know would snap in transport, I take off separately and make sure that it's just packed really well. And then that's it. And then the tiger pattern is basically mirroring off of the black armor of my guardsman and then the olive drab uniform of my guardsman's uniform. And then I basically mirror the color of the weapons to the color of what the guardsman would be having. And then that's it. And I try and add realistic like style points to it, like tactics and all that stuff, and like what it would actually look like in the real world. No, thank you. I worked hard on it. I worked hard on all of them. do need to finish. I do need to put a little blue on her. Let me do that real quick. How did that blue come off? I don't like the fact that it chipped. That's not good. There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay, she'll dry, and then I'll put her back in. All right. That's right. Gold for the skulls and the eagles. We are going to have to end the stream here shortly. Mainly because I've got stuff to do tomorrow, and I got to wake up at a reasonable time. Curse of being... Oh, no! Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully this paint pot can stay... Well, damn. I gotta be careful now of that. This paint pot is very old and the top just snapped. Son of a gun. So now it'll do this completely. Damn it. That's not good. I'm from the United States. Hopefully that paint doesn't dry out. Man, an end of an era. It is almost midnight. It is almost 2400 hours. Or 0000 hours. Son of a gun. That's disheartening. I knew that was going to happen sooner or later. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it now. You can get upset. You can be angry. But if it's out of your control, you gotta just let it go. It's one of the many things I've learned over my years. And it's a lesson I have to learn every time. Like, I still learn. There are days where I forget it. And I gotta be reminded of it. That's hard. It's hard. Because, like, when stuff happens that's out of your control and you feel like, oh, damn it, I should have done this, you know. How hard is it to paint a Titan like an uh well, there's no Emperor class Titan. There's no Imperator class Titan. There is a Warlord, and depending on who you ask, it can be very difficult to very easy. It all depends on really you as the painter. But there is no standing, forgive the actual pun, but there is no standing model for an Imperator class Titan. There is a Warlord, and that is the largest model Games Workshop has ever produced so far. But there is not a Emperor or Imperator class Titan that Games Workshop has produced. People have made, handmade, hand built Imperator slash Emperor class Titans, but they have not. Games Workshop has not released an official Emperor class Titan. And I don't think they ever will because, quite honestly, plastic only has like plastic resin only has a limit to how much weight it can carry and load. I mean, yeah, you can make giant chunks of it, but the amount of detail into an Emperor class Titan, that'd be. I think the Warlord was the Emperor. No, 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 no. So there's different classes of Titan, right? If you're not familiar with 40K, there's different classes of Titans, right? The smallest are the Knights, right? They're still considered Titans, but they're small. They're Knight Titans, and there's various classes of Knight Titan. But after the Knights, right, then you get into the Warhound, okay, which is the smallest Scout Titan. After Warhound, there is the Reaver Titan, which is considered a Battle Titan. Then there is the Warlord. Then, depending on which book you're reading, there's the Imperator, which is like the quote unquote Emperor class, or there's the Imperator and then there's the Emperor class. It all depends on which book you read. Some people think that the Imperator is one step below Emperor class. Other people say that the Imperator and the Emperor are the same thing. It's just different loadouts with different guns or whatever the case might be. Um, so, but realistically, like it's the amount of weapons that they have and whatnot. Once you get to Imperator, you're having weapons that are on ships, on a Titan. Okay, now granted, those ships, those weapons on ships are like considered minor weapons, right? They're not like massive macro cannon, whatever the holy mackerel. Miramive. Oh my lord. Of course you guys get hit with an ad as soon as you raid. Or at least that's what it's saying. How am I? I'm doing great. 16 people. My goodness. Well, hopefully when the ad comes back. Or when you guys come back. 27 people are now watching. Oh my lord. $17. Holy crap. 6 seconds. 2, 1. Welcome back. Oh my god. Sorry you guys got hit with an ad as soon as you rated, but holy crap. Thank you very much for doing a raid. I don't know what I did to deserve that. Thank you very much. I am doing good. I was about to end the stream, but I can think I can squeeze in another hour of just goodness. I am very humbled that you find me worthy of the raid. So present after coffee refueling again. Yeah. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. Thank you very much, Mira Mave, for the raid. Lapras Dragon, thank you. How's the painting so far? Well, the painting's doing good. We just finished up this Torox. I'm just doing some cleanup maintenance painting. You know, if it would let me. I am so genuinely flattered that you thought me worthy of a raid. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me just quickly do this maintenance painting, and then I'll show you the final product. Welcome to the stream. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Commissar Hecht. I am a part-time streamer. I stream Warhammer 40k material. I stream Lapras Dragon suggested you, and I'm very happy we got to raid you. Well, thank you very much, Lapras Dragon. And I thank you very much that I was worthy of your attention. I don't get raids much. I get raids from my friends every once in a while, mainly because my schedule is very, very fluctuated, and I am very, very pleased that you thought me worthy of it. Thank you very much. I'm touched. I'm truly touched. But anyway, for those of you that don't know, I am active duty United States military. Work for the Air Force. So my stream schedule is very, very varied. There's only times that I have off. I'm a parent. I'm a dad of two daughters. So the time that I spend streaming is the time that I have to myself. Um, I stream to raise money for charity, and as a matter of fact, let me link the charity in the description. I stream to YouTube, and I have a Discord. Let me just hit the charity. There's the charity link. And basically, I'm trying to raise money for war refugees. Um, and I talk about my time in the military. Occasionally, I'll talk about my feelings, my thoughts. I'll sing in the chat or on the channel sometimes. I'll listen to music and sing. Apparently, I sound like a tone deaf goose, so I do apologize. Um, but I also stream Warhammer, Total War Warhammer. I stream Monster Hunter. I stream. Occasionally, I'll stream Dark Tide, Helldivers 2, Space Marine 2. Um, I stream Sons of the Forest every once in a while. So yeah. Um, so yeah, that's basically me in a nutshell. Thank you all very much for doing it. Miss Mira, what do you do? Let me just check out your channel real quick. Well, that's very lovely. VTuber. Well, that's very lovely of you. What do you stream, Miss Mira? Just finish this up. There we go. Okay, good. Easy. Easy peasy. Fantastic. All right. I think that is going to be that. We're going to touch up on the chrome a little bit. Oh, damn. Got some paint on the gold paint on the black parts. Gold paint on the gray. Not the gray, but the there we go. There we go. Much better. Oh, just clean that up a little bit. I returned for my journey, heating water for my drink, my mate. Oh no, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, good tea is always good. There's nothing like a good tea when you're painting. Alrighty. There we go. I think that's done. Call it done and dusted. Now we just need to glue the grill onto that. It's not beautiful as that model. Let's see. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, oh, stretch. Alrighty. Okay, that's done. Now we just need to glue the grill. That should be easy. So donate for refugees. I made them too. What Commissar saves them. Well, I try and uh, make sure that um, everything that um, the money that we donate directly through Tiltify um, gets there, right? Um, it's important to me. It really did affect me that I couldn't help the people when I was in a position, or when I thought I was in a position to help, when I was downrange deployed. Um, and it still affects me to this day, and I deal with it, the mental health side of it, and you know, it's part of the healing process, in my opinion, to acknowledge what happened and to, um, you know, process it, right? And to do something, do something about it, do something, or at least in my opinion, for me, to do something about it. But yeah, there we go. That is one finished Turox. And there you have it. I really like how you made it. It was beautiful. Or beautiful. Oh, thank you. Like I said, I try and base a lot of my models in. My actions in Afghanistan contributed to this. One must be honest. There's no sugarcoating it. Coating it. Yeah, that's very true. It's part of the process. As one of my therapists once said, it's part of the process of being the brutal truth of dealing with PTSD. Um, and it's never fun. It just isn't. Um, but yeah, I always try and ground my vehicles in some sort of real life. Now, if you actually look at a Torox Prime, the weapons pods are underneath the actual shelter bay. But because I have this turret, this up armored turret, and I wanted to make it look up armored a little bit more, um, the if you did the underslung version of this, the missiles would hit the back of the turret. So I like this better. I like this version better. Um, and it kind of looks like almost like Katusha rocket launchers or a HIMARS, kind of HIMARS-y, more Katusha. But yeah, I like the way that this turned out. I really do. Now we're just like cleaning up a little bit. It is so. Painting helps me. Well, painting helps me too. I'm glad that you and I understand each other when it comes to when we talk about these things. Um, you know, not everything works, and I've always said this: if you are struggling with mental health, I'm always available to talk to you, but I always will also recommend talking to a professional if possible, because a professional will help you through the healing process. And going through therapy, oh my God, it fucking hurts. Oh my Lord, does it hurt? Especially when you're really unpacking some serious traumatic thoughts about, whatever it is you experienced. It looks more threatening. I like it. But yeah, it's definitely a healing process. And yeah, there we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And there you go. There's your Turox. All right, now this is going to go over here, and now we're going to work on some Lehman Russes. And really, we just have to do some minor work on the plasma cannons. But I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. Don't go anywhere, folks. I'm just going to step away real quick. nice blue. So I hope everyone's enjoying this painting. I do kind of want to belt out a song though. I've been in the mood to sing. I just have to figure out which one. Alright, yeah. Yeah, alright, let's find a song. Let's belt this out, shall we? Go. Sorry, I don't understand. Oh, you know, belting out. It basically means to sing, to belt out, or to basically like full throat. Yeah, yeah. Basically singing all that stuff. Actually, I think. You know what? We're gonna do this one. We're gonna do this one because I know I think I've got the pitch and tone appropriately. Let's put some water in my mouth real quick. But heck, your wife and children give you stability, and I respect that. Well, yes, but I'm talking about like other stabilities and whatnot. You know. All right. Last night I waited out in the darkness, realized some things I never know. You decided to take for granted. You threw away the sequel. Last night I breathed up on what we started. Send a love on a lost cause. Wisdom for the broken-hearted. Or do I feel so far since the day you left to forgive but not forget? Oh, the heartache came and went, I still held on. Message in a bottle, I hope you never find. It holds all of the remnants of the love you left behind. It's my message in a bottle. It travels space and time. It's a story of the world that could have been with you and I. My message in a bottle. Trace the steps we're taking, just to see that I could walk alone. Things look young, but I feel so forsaken. So if I felt so close since the day you left, to forgive but not forget. Although the heartache came, but I still held on. This is my message in a bottle. Drop you'll never find. It holds all of the remnants of you left behind. Message in a bottle. Travel space and time. The story of the world that could have been with you and I. A message in a bottle. Since the day you left, I learned to forgive but not forget. Although the heartache came, and I still held on. Sign of my regret, I will reclaim the nights you spent. The I wish we never let, but here we are. It's my message in a bottle. I hope you'll never find. Those all of the remnants of the love we left behind. It's my message in a bottle. It travels space and time. It's a story of the world that could have been with you and I. My message in a bottle. I do like that song. It's very somber, but I do like it. I do enjoy it. What days do you record? It varies. It varies on when I record because it varies on what days I get off. And there are some days I don't record at all because I have migraines or whatever the case might be, and so I just don't. If I especially if I have like a raging banger of a headache. But yeah, occasionally I'll sing when I paint. Well, not occasionally. I sing a lot when I paint. And I feel it like feel it's cleansing. It helps me think and flow and deal with some of the stuff that I'm, internally dealing with. And sometimes the songs I sing, I think I match the tone and whatnot. Other times, not so much. Hey, a Stone could probably give you many times that I've sounded like a tone deaf goose, or I've missed hit the pitch. But I hope everyone's having a good day. I really do. I really do hope everyone's having a good day, and I thank everyone for joining me. I really do. It means a lot. Oh, I what kind of music I like? I like a lot. I like there's a variety of music I like. Rock and roll is my favorite, but I do like a lot. particularly songs that like really tell a story, or are about like really emotive, cathartic events. She's not a smart ass. Occasionally she'll act out, but you know. Well, no, I take that back. Sometimes she'll yell at me because I'm being too loud. But it's because she's trying to sleep. Well, I'll tell her as much. Trying to find another song. Oh, oh no, actually, hold on. Whiskey in the jar. There we go. But that's charming. Yeah. Your cacks and newscapers be cutting their capers. They're curing the vapors, the scratch and the gout. With their medical potions, their serums and lotions, upholding their notions, their mighty put out. Can tell the true physic to all that's pathetic, and pitch to the devil cram, colic, and spleen. And you'll know what I think if you make a big drink with your mouth to the drink of a jug of pochine. So stick to the crather, the best thing in nature for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. Oh, what botheration, no dose in the nation can give consolation like pochine, me boys. Cosmetic to lovers athletic, of bodies pathetic, can give such a bloom. We by the powers and barn of flowers, Our own power is such a darling perfume. The greatest Mary, if you willingly share, can we share its riddled and dread? Sorrow is a merit to heal the true spirit, so to shake off the hair from your head. To the Crather, the best thing in nature, for sink in your sorrows and raise in your joys. It's perfection, no love, there's direction, it's a complexion like Pachin, me boys. The ladle was filling me mouth with an ocean of pap. From the bottle fell into my throttle, then capered and out of her lap. They lay growling and screaming and bawling, and followed were called to the fore. All sobbing and sighing, they feared I was dying. I only was crying for more. Thing in nature for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. Trickle with babes in their trouble, they only could suckle on Pachin, me boys. Times of depression going to my mind. Schoolary college, the basis of knowledge I never could gulp to with whiskey combined. I'm growing, time's ever bestowing, Aaron's portation, that flavor so fine. A lecture on Jove and his nectar itself is the only true liquid divine. Sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. Waiting for courting and fighting, it's oh so exciting as Pachin, me boys. Me this riddle, what peeps, pipes, and fiddle, it's hotter than mustard and milder than cream. Best what's your whistle, what's clearer than crystal, what's sweeter than honey and stronger than steam. What'll make the lame walk, what'll make the dumb talk, the elixir of life and philosopher's stone. Help Mr. Brummel to build the Thames Tunnel, wasn't it Pachin from Aldernisham? Stick to the Crather, the best thing in nature, for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. It is a wonder if lightning and thunder weren't made from the plunder of Pachin, me boys. It's pathetic, with love as athletic, for a liquid cosmetic, you can't beat the drop. The glow to your feet, it'll make your heart leap, it'll quiet a stallion and cure an old cob. But you would drool, be reduced to a fool, you'd kick up your heels and you'd peel to the buff. You'd be athletic, well you be athletic, it's only you'd take a few drops of the stuff. Stick to the Crather, the best thing in nature, for sinking your sorrows and raising your joys. Nothing like whiskey to make maidens frisky, it soon separates all the men from the boys. I do love that song. Because that's like a good one to like get your, because it's really quick. The song itself is long, but it's quick. It's a nice tempo. It gets your mind kind of focused on the actual lyrics. You know. Plus, there's like a nice like, you know, overarching branch or whatnot. Or whatnot. Nice Lehman Russ. Yeah. All right. We got the plasma guns, the plasma cannons. Uh, now it's the gold. That's going to be fairly easy. Just trying to think of what. Hmm. All right. I'm waiting to play against you once I built my army. I mean, I'd love to play against everybody. Like, I love to play against everyone in the community. Do you magnetize your minis like vehicles and cases? You change your dreadnought before you play. I don't magnetize. I don't magnetize. Mainly because I'm not that good at magnetization. I haven't really. I mean, I know that. Allow me to correct myself. I know that magnetizing will be good, or is good, um, and is very easy. I just haven't done it yet. Um, so, if that makes any sense. Looking at this HIMARS missile. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to do that next. Anyway, let's focus on the gold. I think we're gonna have to finish the Manticore another day. Ruins the figure, in my opinion. I don't think magnetization ruins a figure. I think that it just it makes it more difficult. Um, and it could disrupt some of the painting process. I'm asking because I'm transporting my first mini, a Castriform Dreadnought, and his arms just fell in the bag the same day my mini. I said my mini headphones broke. It also has little magnets inside. Ah, okay. Yeah, if you want to use magnets, I'm not going to say that you shouldn't. Um, Clearly, Steve and I have, or Hairstone and I have differences of opinions. But like I said, magnets are, it is your miniature. You do what you see fit. I will never not shame anybody for particularly, I will not shame anyone for magnetizing a model because GW has changed a lot of rules, and a lot of people feel that magnetization will prevent obsolescence, right? So if you magnetize, say for example, a Lehman Russ Sponson, you'll never have to worry about, oh, they no longer can take plasma cannons. Now they have to take heavy bolters. Or, oh, they no longer can take multi-meltas. Now they have to take heavy flamers or whatever, like specific types of tanks. Um, and so, like, that in and of itself, I get. I understand the worry about, quote unquote forced obsolescence when it comes to like particular miniatures or design patterns and all that stuff. I just like how a specific thing looks, not meta. Some things, uh, just like hobby painters, never played war game for now. No, 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 that's fine. Like, here's the thing about Warhammer or in general mini painting or collecting, right? If you like a model a specific way, and and you're never going to put it on the tabletop or whatever the case might be, good on you. Good on you for enjoying a model that you liked, right? Um, I will never shame anybody for enjoying a particular model or designing your model specific. I don't chase meta myself. My lists are pretty fluffy. Um, I don't believe in meta chasing. Um, I believe that you give you make your army the way you want it, and if it's the most optimal or the least optimal, who gives a damn? As long as you're having fun playing the game, who cares? Um, and so that's kind of my take on it. Uh, I like to modify the figures' appearances. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's kind of the big. I was wondering, do you ever see every mechanized infantry of Trench Crusade? But make sure it's okay when you play with players. Make sure when you play games who thinks it's okay. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, there's always the rule of what's called counts as. Um, you always got to make sure that everyone's okay with what you're saying counts as. Up to play. Some hardcore players hate customized models. Yep, yep. And you just gotta what's called you just gotta be uh uh what's called you just have to realize that, like, even my army is slightly off build for what I do. All right, that's done. How about you? You're done. Yeah, you're done. There we go. That's three. Leaving Russ is down. Yeah, so some people are extreme like that. Like, oh, because your Rhino or because your tank isn't the pattern of tank, the current acceptable pattern of tank, you know, people get testy about it. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but just avoid those people, right? If you don't want to interact with those people because they're very sticklers, avoid them. That's what I do. Um, because realistically, okay, a perfect example. Actually, let me show you what I mean. I gotta put her back anyway. We'll take this guy out, and then we'll take this guy out. Take both of them out, and then you go back in. Actually, I'll go back in after I put this in. Okay, so yeah, Hairstone is kind of right on the money, bang on the money about that. So here, let me just rotate the camera real quick, and you'll see what I mean. All right, so this, right, is an old 1992, 93 Imperial Guard Stormtrooper. This was a Games Workshop product back in like the early 90s. Like I said, 1992 or 3 Imperial Guard Stormtrooper, right? Um, So this particular model has been discontinued for almost 30, actually for more than 30 plus years. Okay. Now, because it's still a Games Workshop product, it's still considered legal. However, I have to tell them that this is a stormtrooper, and a player can turn around and say, "I don't want, it's not either it's not on the right base or it doesn't look like a stormtrooper, yada yada. I don't want you using the model." Right? Even though Games Workshop says that that's an appropriate model, right? So this is kind of a quote unquote updated version, right? This is Acadian. The only difference is he has a beret. Okay, a beret from the Scions model kit. Now my army, right, was made before the new codex just dropped for the Imperial Guard. Okay, and the models are modeled after infantry squads. So the sergeants have plasma pistols and power swords. Here's the problem. If you look at the Cadian entry right now, sergeants do not have plasma pistols, power swords. They have um, bolt guns, bolt pistols and chain swords. So now, even though he's got a main Cadian body and a Scion head, I have to run him as a Death Corps of Kriegsmen because only a Death Corps of Kriegsmen has the sergeants have plasma pistols and power swords. So some of the rules are frustrating because you're you model your army a certain way and then they come out with rules changes and then you just have to deal with it. So yeah, that's what Steve is saying. Okay, and that's extreme, and you just have to talk to your player about it. But anyway, so but we have reached the end of our stream because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I need to get some rest because I have a very long day ahead of me. So we're going to put these guys back. Hey, Quackamo. How are you? I'm sorry, man. You're missing the end of the stream again. Oh, and you got hit with an ad. Ah, I have chest pains. Oh, go to the hospital, my dude. Don't just chat with me. Go to the hospital. Get seen, please. Going there right now, thinking pneumonia. Oh, well, hopefully you feel better, man. I'm actually about to end the stream because I've got an early day tomorrow. Or not an early day, but I need to be up and around. So, um, uh, I hope you, I hope you feel better. Um, anyway, and I hope that you feel okay. I really do. Yeah, I know you missed me again. But anyway, all right. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope everyone has had a lovely time watching, and whatnot. And I hope you guys are a-okay and whatnot. Um, whatever you like. Without spikes, yeah, it happens by. Yeah. So anyway, Quackamo, please get better. Let me know if you're feeling better. Please keep us, please let us know in the Discord. Um, but anyway, If you like what you see, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, join my Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. If you all want to stay and we can pass on a raid to somebody, hold on. Let's see who's available. Stroke the dog. Yes, yes. Let's see who's available for a raid. $32, $19. I got 3D printing and dice. Oh, there's someone painting for the Blood God. Blood for the Blood God. Definitely not Bob Ross. Uptime. 17 viewers. 6. Oh yeah. Let's give this guy. Let's give this guy some love. Let's give this guy some love. All right, and we'll stop the stream.